Ой, что тут у нас за срань? Больше подходит. Так, все. Хуклес. Хуклес. Вот основная идея. Это херь. Это ничего. Это тоже херь. Ну и это херь тоже. Все херь. Оставлю вот эти фиксики. Ну, а остальное я удалю. Да. Че еще не работает? Очень крутые звуки сами по себе. Но, увы. Туда же. Хук, приди. Ну, допустим. Ну, допустим. Это как-то в дроп просится еще. Точнее, она уже там есть местами. Но в тупом месте. Поэтому пока мут. Классный брейк. В корзину. Ну, допустим, это тоже оставить можно. Тут надо не особо церемониться. Вот это чужой луп тоже. Чужого нам не надо. Что тут было, я уже не помню. Вот тут он удаляет даже долго. О чем он там думает? Это тоже. Это что такое? Я не знаю, зачем я это добавил, но типа прикол. Гитарка. Hello. Сюда его. Какая-то каша здесь. Чё это? Я не знаю, надо как-то прям капитально взять, вот типа вот так вот сделать. Иначе это будет бесконечно длиться. Все. Типа Ctrl-Shift-X. Угу. Нахер лишнее. Че там Андрюха говорил, что у меня снара где-то там в одну сторону улетает. А ну-ка. Блять, где основная снара-то? В смысле? Все по центру вроде. Или я упоролся? Ой. Нет, по центру. Ну, это слои, конечно. Они слегка левее там. Ой. Это что такое? Что там, попердолила его, что ли? Все работает? Угу. Блин, и как придумать хук? We need to find the hook. In order to find it, we need to search for it. But search where? А, блин, я же клаву отдал. Черт. Нет, это так не работает, нам это не надо. So we don't need this one. Такс. Бабахнем вот сюда. Какие-то искажения от варпинга. Или мне показалось? Угу. Так, серединные звуки, значит, гармонические, мелодические. Пожалуй, мы раскрасим. Очень странная фигня. Такс. Может быть, дать им какую-то свою отдельную шину. А то у меня одна, типа main, там обычно бас, 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 бас. И его слои. Но я не уверен, что это прям вот как слои можно считать баса. Поэтому мы создадим аудио. Блин, я даже не знаю, на каком языке мне вещать. Поэтому я пока на русском. Все равно зрителей нету. Работает? Все. Хай-хет, шина. Нужна ли она нам? А пусть будет. Ресэмпл. Пускай будет ресэмпл. Где-нибудь там. Не, ну драйв, конечно, зашкаливает у такого процесса. Раскрашивание дорожек и настройка раутинга. Это, как всегда, очень захватывательно. Захватывающе. Захватывательно. Да, лучше иногда вещать даже не на своем родном языке, потому что стыдно становится. Так. Барабаны. Да, вот даб-корд этот мне, в принципе, заходит. Это основной саб с каким-то уже, блин, наслоением автоматизации. Что это вообще? Послушай, вроде получше, нет? Нет, странно. Ну ладно. Ага, и вот звук этот. Угарный. Чтобы не мешался. Может даже так. Это бас вообще-то или синт? Не пойму. Угу. Басович или синтович это? Оу. А чё так жестко-то? 2000. О, что? Настолько? Капец, я его изменил, короче. Вообще другая фигня. Как это вообще так вышло? Вот насчет этого звука я тоже не уверен. Он вроде угарный, а вроде какой-то слишком кричащий. Ну тогда delete. И рис. Почему-то у меня их два тут. А, это не рис. Что, тоже в синт, что ли? Ну, очевидно, да. Плюс 5. Это что получается? Пять. Угу. Ну ладно, ставим. Жесть. Там это впенюрит. Пусть валяется с этими непонятными звуками тоже. Это и вот это, наверное. Ну блин, тут самый хук это вот это пока что. Вообще грязь. Чё с сеткой? Да. Что со стерео? И зачем здесь? Да нашел. Да о чем ты там думаешь? Все отлагало, думал? Блять, это пизда. Так, это убрать. Один. Получается, это нам тоже не надо. Он так лагает, как будто тут миллиард серумов. Да иди ты нахуй, 70%. Куда? Что тут тебе? Что ты хочешь? Да. Вот это оптимизация. Дорожку перекидываешь куда-то там. Блять, задуматься надо. Че ж там происходит под капотом такого? Пора делать драм-рэк. Да. Хук от этого не появится, конечно. Одинаковые, что ли? Так, ладно, похуй. Кроп, кроп, кроп. Ё-моё. Чё, кого? WhatsApp. Настройки. А, вот они. Вырубить. Так. Что нам? Цимбалы. Наверное, еще нужны какие-то. Сейчас покидаем, короче. Так, где тут сортировка? Sounds. Блять. Ваншот. Remove cymbal hi-hat. Ладно, пригодится. Тоже. И это тоже. Ё-моё, это вот он реально что-то там задумывается о чем-то. Меня это пугает. Я не понимаю, почему. Из-за вот этих тегов всех? Или из-за чего? Так, это не надо. Это тоже. Это не он? 0.2, 0.8. Другой. Как будто он же. Это очень странно. Ну, может, нам как раз надо что-то такое? Что происходит? Какой-то слишком норме сбит получается для такого стиля, как будто. Потому что ну, вот это... Это прикол, даже кину его сейчас сюда. Посмотри, что будет. Да хорош думать уже. Этот бит такой классный, что он все внимание на себя тянет. Ну и то, что он, конечно, не сайдчинится. Нигде. А что за меня внутри вообще? Прикольная бочка такая, прям бдыщ. Но у меня там уже есть бочка. Ну, блять. Ну ладно, хорошо. Я кину это сюда, пускай это тут пока полежит. Освободили место хламу новому, удалив старый. Та бочка лупит получше так-то вроде. Ой, что делаю? Кик. У-у-у. Да, типа, ему нужен ответ, а его нету. Да, и идейно это соединять, конечно, та еще боль. Слишком экспериментальное дерьмо. Но, блин. Что там по тарелкам у нас? Что-то мне сначала вот этот луп завел прям своей вот этой смещенностью. Цепанул. А сейчас вроде как приелся, и я даже не знаю, что ему в ответ дать. Ну, типа на контрасте должно быть что-то, значит, какая-то сосиска длинная, раз он такой коротенький. Или что-то такое прям. Не знаю даже что. Что у нас ми? Что-то там еще происходит, не пойму что. Жестко. Что он тут вообще делает, библиотека? Я вроде сортировал. Но что-то там должно было быть. Это библиотека для халфтайма с хором. Где-то там барабаны на фоне. один просто. Мелодик лупс. А, я понял, почему не написано лупс, потому что мелодик луп. Отдельная папка под этот луп отдельный. Такой топаж. А вот прикольно, кстати. Ладно, это темное дерьмо. Так, а у нас... Так, это полтона вверх, что ли? Да. Грязюка. Хуклас. Блять. Ну вот, прикольная тема, но ё-моё, это надо с ума сходить. Они прям вообще такие, ух. Да, вроде контекст вот есть у этого пацана. И вот этого. Но, блин. Ладно. Открываем серум. Там даже хуга-то и нету здесь. В таком узле. Вот что тут за хуг? Его нету. Слишком до хрена саунд-дизайна. Куча грува, свинга. Как-то что-то сложно звучит, как будто. Тут прикольные слои у барабанов. Это я возьму, кстати. Так. Интересно. Очень крутой лоу-файный звук такой. А, ну да, это лоу-файный и есть. Так. Вау. Блин, это сильно. Не очень люблю чопы, но вот тут они крутые. Я даже... Я слышу, из какого лупа... Пиано лупа это сделано даже. Найс. Не знаю зачем. Так. B, C. C минор. Так. До минор, ре минор. Ми. Такой контекст лютый. Давай. Это не работает. Классно луп, да. Такое ощущение, что я тут вообще ни разу не был. Во, юзабельные, кстати, лупы. Мне сейчас, блин, еще немножко, я начну тут рэп читать. Прям стану клауд-рэпером. В трапазоида превращусь. Реально в РПК превращаюсь. Ладно, туборщики, точнее мойщики окон распоясались. Блин, это вот такие хуки там? Или чё? Я с ума сойду. Я саунд-дизайнер, конечно, но не настолько вот это вот. Что еще имеется тут? Нажать охоту. Это что, бит? Фул? $120? Не, 120 не вариант. Саблю убери. Блин, что-то клево. Что он? Почему он такой? В тейке. Хочется эти барабаны как будто подмешать. Туда же. Так этого хватит, enough of this stuff. Где-то это слышал уже. Это half-time. Это вот сидишь, ждешь, думаешь, я сейчас хук придумаю. Один драм-луп, второй драм-луп, еще тарелки, еще ваншоты. Отдельно какой-то канал под ваншоты с тарелками. Потом еще что-то, еще что-то. Потом у тебя 100 каналов просто вот всякой херни, половина из которых вообще деактивирована. Хука нет, ржовки нет. What do you think you're doing? $20, мы уже устарели даже морально. Такое ощущение, что как будто я должен взять какой-то инструмент и просто всрать его настолько, чтобы он заработал как-то так, в идее. Или типа экспериментировать как-то люто. Я не знаю даже. Эти все на фоне. Все агрессивные. Но крутые, капец. Как это делать? Но барабан работает на... What's up? Who's there? Да, это получше. Очередной лейер для снэра. Зачем, непонятно. Зачем? Катриоли. Ладно, серым. Будем мутить бешеный саунд-дизайн. Ну как? Бешеный в рамках CPU. На CPU меня не особо как бы позволяет достичь бешености. И одновременно что-то пытаться редактировать. Очень неудобно. Ну, давай. What you got? Продолжаю эту херь. Ну, допустим, в лед. Ай, рано. А, нет, все нормально. Yo, let me know if I... What language should I speak? Because I don't know who's watching where from. You know? Балалайка. Так. Блин, я зафризил сейчас. Буду стакать эти фризы. Hey. What's up? Where are you from? My friend. This is a social experiment. Тут нет баса. There is no sub. Pity. Right, I guess I in English right now. I'm in English zone. This is silly. Does it work? No. I guess not. Something happened. Что? Куда, сука, ревер-то? has a lot of modulation. Yeah. Filthy. Почему-то работают вот всякие такие тупые вещи. Like, stupid things works. Better. But I don't know. I don't want it to sound like silly. But I actually want it to sound silly, but not that stupid. Like, funky. Опа. А вот это неплохой грувец, кстати. Хотя рисунок тупой, просто тупейший. И почему это так работает? Полагаю, из-за Global. Да. Да ладно. Он даже работает с этой фразой. Ладно, хорошо, хорошо. Допустим. Я вроде удалил лишку, чтобы придумать хук, а потом опять навалил лишку. У меня уже есть сап, уже есть бас, уже есть веточка коротенькая. Но я это оставлю. Не, мне это не надо. How to make hook in such music. And what even a hook is. So abstract. Ладно, я типа дроп этот забаунсил, хрен с ним. Не буду плодить кучу сермов. Дальше идем. конфликт интересов. Техно. Да ё-моё. Что-то есть, а вот, ну, такое отдаленное, что как будто я не могу это оформить вообще. Как будто я сдуюсь, только начну это делать. You have no idea what I'm talking about, right? Me too. Да, вот это. Что-то тут есть. Поэтому мы его тоже фризим. Дубликат делаем. I'm online. Как это тут оказалось вообще? Ствол. A Blade Runner vibe? What the fuck is that? По крайней мере, есть прогрессия, за которую можно зацепиться. Не знаю, это в лучшую или в худшую сторону я сделал. очень странная фигня. Что происходит? Опять CPU шалит. Так, это все. Блин, синс. Сидите здесь, пацаны. Прикольно, вот. Бред. Допустим. Вот тут она работает прям нормально так. Почему? Нара. Бочка. Компактор. Мгм. Кик. М, эм. I kinda lost a bit. What kick is it? Like the main. Could I see that? 508. Ладно. 808. This one. I think. Угу. Чё? Баса нет. Ой. Блин, прикольный вонкий грув какой-то был, и я все похерил, переделав идею. Damn. Freeze with me. Come on. Man, I'll go get some water. Just a little break. Oh. Такс. Бабах. Все на месте. Так, 1-1. Раз. Пантограф. I don't even know what genre is, you know, like future beats or Nero Hop or halftime, whatever. Or half step or Half-Life. Half-hook. Let's see. Boom. Looks nice. Okay. Is there a noise from window? I opened in order to get like some fresh air in my cave, production cave. Why? think it's like quite loud noise from window. Let me breathe. Что, еще один канал с филами? Я так запутаюсь опять. Не работает. Unwarp. Unwarp. Нам это не надо. И так все лагает. Такое ощущение, что оранж позволяет типа делать повтор, а потом менять что-то. Да, вот она. Я типа повторяю. И потом идет повтор. Допустим. Ой. Блять. Триольные хэты вообще не хотят работать. Второстепенные штуки, не знаю, зачем они нужны. Сейчас. Да, они не нужны сейчас. Что еще можно выкинуть? Это даже не текстура, точнее, не открытая тарелка или райд. Просто шум какой-то. О, никого нету. А почему? А, потому что бас там был бас. Блять. Отменяй. Так, main. А, она еще и в main идет. Я потом не разгребу. Почему? Ну, не разгребаю, точнее, почему обычно? Потому что бесит, когда ты не понимаешь, что происходит, а на деле ты сам зафакапил это все в самом начале, а потом раскопировал ошибку. Так, получается я... А если не сюда? Если сюда? Угу. Снара, не снара. Где там сап? Can't hear a track. Ой. No sound? Really? Maybe I just sold something. I'm just working, never mind. The track isn't a track yet. Mm-hmm. Hello, fellow teammate, Dota teammate. Yeah, maybe after the stream. As long as my ears don't like start to bleed from all these sounds. So yeah, just later, I guess. You up all night? I mean, it's night at my place. Yeah, it's cool. Every day. Yeah, cool, alright. I'm in. Just maybe like an hour maximum. Oh, I just have time. Let's go, come on. Let me like start Discord. Oh, cool. Where are you from? I'm like at Moscow time. Wait. I got you. I'm actually up too, like lately, like maybe all night long, maybe not. Oh, Turkey, cool. That's cool. Hope you're like safe and stuff. It's like getting like recently got some hot news from there. Oh yeah, I'm actually need some help too to make a drop, because I don't know like what to do next. Like I deleted all the other stuff that doesn't work, and I don't know exactly what works best right now. I don't have any hooks, I don't have any melodies, just the bass. All I have right now is like some wonky, like weird ass rhythm, and that's it. And I reworked all stuff already, so I don't know what the fuck is going on. I actually loved this one at first, but now I just don't know if it's good or not. It worked that way. I actually got a bit lost in those like details that doesn't mean anything right now. I'm just like, I'm getting lost, and then I like aware of me getting lost and like go back a little to know what I'm looking for, because I don't even know what I'm looking for. I'm looking for a kind of hook to build an idea around that hook. Like, drop it is in here. Let's listen what you got. I need like some vocals maybe. I listen to the stuff that those like beat guys making, and it's an old sample packs, and I can hear a hook in there also. It's like, it's not about the hook really, it's like more about the sound design overall and the groove. There's a lot of things happening. If I listen to this, like, what's going on? There's a lot of sound design, like a lot of movement, a lot of modulation. But how to get the full picture and doesn't like get that mud? All right. Oh, by the way, do you often get an issue with exporting? Because I have one. Like recently I start to export, and there's like that first bar, the slow one, and then when the second bar appears, it doesn't like happen anything. It's just like zero, and it hangs, and until you restart the Ableton. I don't know if I am the only one with this issue. I have like a lot of issues, but that one is like frustrating a bit. Let me see. No, I mean, it's like I start to, I do like this, whatever, it starts like this one stuff, this, and then you got second window of the second bar. It's like something of like main, a title like main in there, and it freezes sometimes, and I don't know why. I don't even export without saving anymore. It's like if I forgot to save, and then, well, if I forget to save and export this way, and it like hangs, shit, I lose all my like serum, like all the stuff inside serum. It's like blank serum, all the MIDI, all the like modulations, they are still in there, but the patch is gone, and that's weird. Oh yeah, that's exactly my thoughts. And new windows and all the fucking new stuff. I just look at the prices and they're just alright. I'll wait another like month or two. We all have been there. Ah! The melody's gone. The kick without highs. Yeah, that's cool. You know, you should maybe like do yourself a template if you know how to make one. If you don't, like, let me show like real quick. If you like the stuff you do like every time, in order to like not doing it like twice or more, you just something like create something like drops here, like equalization, like compression, whatever you need, and then like here save as default on your audio track. And there's one for like MIDI track where you could save stuff, and all the routings also. The stuff like the main elements of drums like kick and snare, they're on the bars, like here. Other stuff like in between might be often off the bars. Is that correct? This stuff? Well, it's I hear what you're like doing, and if you're working with the reference, I don't know, maybe it's like outdated reference, but sounds like quite, you know, sounds stock for me. You could like start like use like really stock sounds. Where are they? Sounds. What we got here? In Ableton. And start to use like simple sounds and do arrangements in order to like to get the best experience and the useful one also. Because here you missed the kick actually. I mean, there's no actual like punch. The kick doesn't have it. Like it's only sub. See? So the kick doesn't punch through, and it doesn't work as a kick drum. It works more like a sub, like bass sound, you know? Try a different kick. I don't know why this kick is like it actually the kick is like wrong. The wrong kick. House kick. Why house do such kicks? You know, if you're like look into references, like a lot of them, and maybe like do some like low pass the frequencies of those tracks, and you will see that the kick drum is usually like the main how to say, the main parameters of a kick drum is like its length and its punch. It should do like, it should be punchy, you know. It should like do that low end like kick stuff. That's it's like what's the word? Damn, my English. Oh, the kick drum in the drum and bass, or like common kick drum, it looks usually like this. Something. It's like roundy sound. Here, it doesn't do that ducking in there. It's like too punchy. That usual kick. See? So you just take kick and look at the waveform. See? This is like the transient. It's like too short, like very short. Here it is. And that is the punchiness of that kick. And it's really short too, you know? So that stuff, that information, high end, it's like it really short, and it like cutting through all the other elements, but you don't like, that's an easy work, like, because such a short sound actually like needs only a sidechain, a short sidechain for that sound in the top range, you know, like heads, like all the top information. That's the basics, like basic stuff. And if you don't have like one, like transient, the punch is like about in that area. So here is like a tail, but the tail is like often overlaps the bass, so you just make it shorter. Oh, that's the different one. I already see like the difference, that it's gotta be punchier this time. Oh, a delay, you know, latency. You got some latency in there, like a lot. So this is the body of your kick, and this is a bass, and the bass is, it doesn't work as the bass also. Oh, alright, let me show you like real quick. If you do such like type of music, what you do, like from a template, create a template where is kick and like main drum elements are cutting through the bass, or do like sidechain or whatever. For me, it's like I got like that main channel, you know, where I can like send stuff, because I drop a serum or whatever, drop here, tweaking it, and then just route it into that bus. And there's already like settings for that. It's like reverb if I wanna do like swoosh, do swooshes. Huh? What? Where's the sound? here, one knob only, you know, and one knob for the sidechain. The sidechain plugin is here, kickstart too, and you could like see a waveform, and it comes in handy, you know. So you just like look into the face whether it's good or not. I got also a long kick, so this creates muddiness. You can see that here. Because it's overlapping. Not sometimes in a bad way, you know. So we just like tweak that, kick, snare, sidechain, and just like whatever you like, whatever sounds you got, like send it, route it in there, so they don't overlap. This is the main like principles. It's like bass doesn't like to be overlapped by a kick drum, and vice versa. Oh, how to say it properly? I don't know. Just take one note. Easy sounds, simple. It's like saw wave. And imagine this is your bass, this is your synth. I said synth, come on. Yeah, it's cool. But if you start chaining stuff with a compressor, it's gonna be a different outcome. And if you're chaining with the like compactor or like ring mode sidechain, it's gonna be like other stuff, and it sounds different. But sometimes a sidechain could like could solve like technical problems, or it could solve like not that technical, but you know, art, how to say, like you create timbre with a like compressor also. It's not always the technical stuff, or mixing or mastering. So your bass is always mono, and your kick drum always mono. If you do like club music, it's turned out for me that in the club music it's more about mono and stereo than it's about like frequencies, and it's more about length of sounds. So something is long, something is short. Oh, okay, something is like in the low range, and something is higher. And what's in the high range, it doesn't like have powers in the mix, like it doesn't feel like full. So whatever you want to like feel full, you just add a sub bass or a bass or whatever low frequencies. Just turn the pitch down, do the copy down with the sound. And you just like do different stuff. Here, it's how it sounds like together. It's not muddy, it's like fuller, because it's totally different areas of sonics, you know, physics of sound. You might get more. So, and then you just send it to whatever channel, main channel. Yeah, compactor is a ring sidechain or ring modulation sidechain, or how, I don't know how exactly, like, whatever they call it. Actually, the ring mod stuff is like when you have like noise or like white noise. It's just completely shh, and you want it like to be to have frequencies, low frequencies, but you don't want to add sound. You just want to remove certain parts, so it starts to like sounds like it's bass, but it doesn't have any sub frequencies. It starts to sound like a bass when you ring. It's kind of LFO, or I don't know. Main. Let's do that kick. Oh, wrong. Damn. What's going on? Or like this way. Let's have it like punch a bit. Let's get that F note. Actually, when I used like compressors for sidechain, it's usually the same problem. It creates latency, and when there's a lot of stuff like compressors, like limiters, that stacks like latency, you got that overall latency, like a lot of latency, and just lose track of things. So you create a template, you know, and you just route those two things, or like one thing, like a kick drum. See? And I just created like macros here, so I just don't even open those. Like I just decide how many sidechain I want from the kick and the snare, and I just do that and continue to work on like an idea. Don't get into too technical stuff at the stage where I want to create an idea, you know. When you start like tweaking those like micro stuff, you just lose the big picture of whatever you're working on. I already lost here, but I don't even have it in the first place. I just have a lot like hats, kicks. And that's the problem. That's the main problem. The sidechain is like, today it's too easy, you know. It's like too easy. There's a lot of stuff, a lot of plugins, sidechain plugins, like multi-band sidechain, ring modulation sidechain, sidechaining differently for mids and sides. Yeah, actually I could use like even a volume fader. That's the simplest, and it's like it's too obvious for like beginners. They sitting there and like thinking like this is stupid. Like no one does that, but actually sometimes it works the best. It works better than a compressor. Actually, you could like see like representation of a waveform like in here, or you could use Psyscope, for instance, where you could like see stuff happening and how sidechain works or doesn't work. So you see green stuff is the synth, and that stuff is my kick drum, but it's clipping as fuck. Why? Oh, I get it. So it's master. Yeah. Yeah, see, this is the snare, and I even have a pre-ringing, but this is the waveform, and it's like boom, gone. We hear in snare, and a body of snare is like sidechaining stuff like sub, even such low frequencies to 0. It's like gone completely. But like ring modulation sidechain, it sounds different. It more like between those, like when it's the sound like the waveform of a sine wave, for instance, it close to 0, the sounds starts to appear, and it appears only here with where it's space for it to sound like nice. Because if it's like appear here on the top of the sine wave, it usually gets clipped, and all you hear is muddiness. So it's usually slightly like clipped sine wave. It's bass. The stuff in the middle is like overtones of those. It's like a fractal, or how to say it. Just look into a waveform. I think FL Studio got one, a stock one. I actually use like 2 right now. It's these Minimeters plugin. You also could use it. It's like a handy one. You just drop on a master that stuff. It's like a sender, a server for that plugin, and it catches all the sound coming from master, like after, like post-effects is happening, all the stuff here, and then it goes like here, and we see on the output what's going on. So we got here, we got like simple bass for note F note, and you can just play some random notes inside the F minor or F major scale. Since we got F, there's a lot of them. Just look. The Ableton recent updates is just mad, crazy. Stem separation, sick. That's minor. Back in the days, I used to like get those out of MIDI clip and just stuck it in there, so they don't sound. And then fold the stuff, and it folds all the notes in the scale. So let's say what did I want to say? The compactor or laser or like massmizer, or what else we got? It's you can't like you can't draw a line in, you know, this way, where how a compactor does it. Usually it's a lot of like lines in there. It's just ducks all the frequencies between those, like big phase of sound, of low frequency sound. So I don't know how to draw it manually. Just like, it's gonna be crazy, like how to draw it. It's impossible to draw. Let's try like a compactor on a sound like this from this sound. Let's drop it. Let's see what happens. It's actually a free plugin. It's crazy. All the sidechain like questions are like a gun. Phew, they're a gun. So I drop a compactor on a fiat like sound. It's like a chord, and it's all across the spectrum. Or maybe not here, but let me like route it. The bass, and here I got the bass. I'm an old torrent pirate, so I don't care. Sorry about that. Oh, here. So what's a compactor does? You can't actually like do manual, like draw a line or like volume or whatever. So it's happened a lot of them, a lot of duckings. Like each how to say, like phase, there's gonna be each little tiny duck. And if we go lower, it like get more obvious. Here we could like go that low that the sound like disappear, but the effect is still there. It's almost LFO, so it's just turned into LFO. What is LFO? Low frequency oscillator. So we oscillate something with low frequency, the frequency of that bass actually, of each those tiny like phase. And the compressor, you know, there's like some parameters in there which you should be like aware of when you work on sidechain with compressor, like a pre-attack or auto sounds. Look ahead. It calls like look ahead. So it's actually creating a delay, a latency. So the compressor could like hear in what comes next and to like it start to work before the sound. But how could it know what sound comes next? It knows, and then it like creates a latency because it works before you hear the sound. That what? Let me show. It's like hard to explain actually, even with a good English. See that look ahead. It could be like 0, 1 or 10 milliseconds. And if you compress like low end stuff with a compressor from a kick or whatever, like trigger maybe, you actually, for the lower you get, the more like look ahead you should like use, because otherwise there will be clicks and pops, because when a sine low, like huge sine wave like cuts off, it actually creates more frequency, generates like overtones, ringing. It's ringing a lot because of like physics of the sound and the Fourier stuff, I guess. How to in English, Fourier? Oh man. Let me like sidechain it from kick. There's this duck recently, like a new duck. I got a new duck. It's like it's got all the like features of, I think, a compactor maybe right now, because they update the stuff, but I don't actually like get into it like to use, but it's kind of cool. I just used Kickstart to so when you like look ahead, makes it like 10 milliseconds, and then you should like do your attack before 10 milliseconds or about that, so it doesn't click or pop or whatever. So if it's from the if we're talking about the low end, where's the sound? What's going on? See? It's just ducking perfectly. And here we got some mud, you know? Because it's just short stuff, ducking like other stuff. They say they are all like low range, low frequencies. And it actually, like, when you see stuff like here, visual like waveform, actually, the actual waveform, you would like say that here stuff is getting like bumped, like boosted. Here is like perfect phase, and it's also got boosted. Here more than here. Here also, but here, or even like here, we got perfect anti-phase, like phasation, and here we got like muddiness and even like zero. It come if it's hits here and that sounds hits there, overall on the output they're gonna be like silence if they're like perfectly out of phase, you know. So that's the tricks, tiny tricks. So don't get too technical. Just get yourself like a nice clipper, whatever, and just drop it everywhere instead of volume fader, because sometimes there are like a high amplitude stuff that going on, and it's like you see, like you look on the like here on the fader, and it's like picking as hell, but it actually like really tiny sound or low volume. There's a lot, you know, you don't stop actually learning, never. You just working on stuff and find out every day the new stuff. And the stuff like they get updates. Something is like you throw away, use something new instead. Oh, let's go. Also, compactor doesn't like work well with like lush, clean styles. You know, it's just like it could help you like achieve that, you know, loud sound, like harsh, loud, like dubstep, like even the bro step, like the tear out stuff is like fucking hilarious right now. It's too loud. The compactor does it okay. Yeah, this one. Well, go on, make a full track, a full idea. Like that's the best experience you get possible when you like finish stuff. You start like working on whatever you're working with. Do like melodies or like drops or a couple drops, like intro, outro, like a bridge, something which will contrast with each other, and just make you just create a checkpoint, I think, or a milestone or whatever, and then you just go further and further and further, exploring stuff, like trying new stuff, trying new rhythms, because like for rhythm, like straight kick drum is quite an easy stuff to root, to even like to sidechain, because it could be like even not the kick start tool or a compactor, but it could like LFO tool, because it doesn't like move the other bar, the other like beat. It doesn't go off beat. It's like every time the same. So you see what I meant when I say like muddiness and overlapping the low end sounds. See that the same kick drum isn't the same anymore. Every time it's hit different, because the phase like different every time, you know? So the bass has this like tail, and it's overlapping with the kick drum, with the transient. And there's like tail from a kick drum, I think. It's like woo. It's like boomy. Or am I tripping? No, it's better, but it's far from good, I would say. like try like simple kick drum, but like what you need from a kick drum. You don't need like tail much, because you have like sub. You don't have even like, you don't even need a punchy transient, because there's no like context. It doesn't have to punch through anything, because there isn't much. So you just take a short kick, or you take a long kick, but if it overlaps the bass, then it should be like in the tone of that bass, so to speak, if you know what I mean. Because actually in music like drum and bass, it's so fast that the kick doesn't have that much tone. It's just the sine wave going like up and down, like too fast for a tone to appear, you know. And if you want to like a long 808 kick drum, there are gonna be like a couple such chain tricks to make that sound clean. But at first place, I don't like. It starts from simplest stuff you could like start with, and try to like look into the volume and amplitude. Here is quite well, but I already could like tell that they are overlapping each other. That the bass is going like here, and the transient goes like off DC, like offset, like down or like up, but it's not like down up. It's like, so it's a polarity of our like speaker diffuser, or how it calls. You know, that it's okay when you're like working on a track and the kick drum, like it cuts through the whole drum, the whole kick drum, but the tail might be like off, a bit off, and that's okay. You just fix it in the last stage of producing, because when you don't have like changing anything, when your bass is ready, your arrangement is ready, everything is ready, but you get that little issue, and what you do, you just look whether the kick is like sounds the baddest, like the worst of all, and you just flip the face. You just flip it sometimes, or you take your bass or sub and just move it a tiny bit, so the face doesn't like, so it overlaps like nicely, you know. And the same stuff with the wrong like stereo. When the stereo goes like it cancels each other, like, because all the stereo does is like the difference between left and right channel. If the left and right are the same, it's mono, straight mono. It's here, it's in the center. And if you wanted to make like sounds that are usually in mono to sound like big and they will be stereo, if we're talking about a snare drum, you just take that stuff at the first, like transient. The transient is in mono, the body of the snare is in mono, and the tail of the snare might be like, but the actual like initial hit of a drum, a maiden drum, like kick, snare, they straight mono. It's no stereo at all there, like none. Yeah, what else should I mention? You just don't think of polarity yet when you start producing music. You don't like throw away all those technical stuff. You don't need it. You don't even need sidechain. Try like if you if your track or your composition needs like a lot of sidechain, first thing you should know is like why it needs it. If you wanna the track sound loud, all right, but why? If you're learning stuff, why have it be loud? Well, just do simple stuff. It might like be not that loud as a like pros, but come on. It's easier to get loud, but it's real harder to make like nice music, a good composition. And it's better to have like a nice composition, but it's not loud, but have like bad composition, bad loud stuff. It doesn't make any sense. Yo, yeah, I'm actually start to like get lost in that project. So I will join you in Dota in like about like 30 minutes, maybe like 30-40. So my ears just don't hear anything. You just make music, finish tracks, whatever tracks you finish. It's the best, experience possible that will get you further into finishing like good music, because it's not about the technical stuff. The music is like more about the feelings or like emotions or whatever. I make all those like weird drums, but I actually like chillin here from stuff that like there's a lot of music in there. For instance, let me show you. I actually do stock music, like music for videos or for trailers, and sell it on Audio Jungle. There's stock. It's like a big market with the sounds, like videos, stock files, like models for games or whatever. And that's my profile. And I actually like I can't like finish music, but I like finish this type of music like a lot, and that's just the music, and I can't do like easy EDM stuff, mono-compatible. I mean like something. I made like those things, so now I just chill, weird sounds, etc. I can't even play instruments, for you to understand. So I sell those stuff. I learned how to create music, but I can't create the music I like. So I just started to like sell the music I could do. That's so sad. And I did a lot of those tracks, like with pianos, with orchestral stuff, even a pop rock or acoustic indie rock stuff. Listen to that stuff. It's like a background funny music for your video. Come on. And I learned all that stuff by my own, on my own. Actually had no idea what I'm doing. But for money, yes, alright. Even this stuff, you know. This is teaser. It's like an aggressive one. Come on. Download. Hmm? No. The internet is it working?
Audio Jungle.
Oh. So that's the teaser for for movies in the theater. When you wait for a film, you just listen to this stuff.
Audio Jungle.
12 sales. $10 would come. Oh man. The music industry is wild. $10. So right now I just have fun with the sounds. So maybe I should try a different track. Yeah, that's I loved the the emotion. I loved the emotion of that. They are powerful sounds and I'll save it for later. Maybe I come up with some sounds on a different project. I'll make something useful, you know. I hope those these streams are useful. For anyone. Come on. Why it takes so long to load? Yeah, I definitely need a new CPU, a new hard drive, a faster internet, and maybe faster DAW, because Ableton. Oh man, Ableton is getting slower and slower. And I don't know why. Big project, you can't work in Ableton with the big projects without catching your chair on fire, you know. Oh man, I tweaked this track a bit, but it still has weak drums and a weak arrangement, a B section, or a breakdown, if you will. So it sounds right now.
Caught in the whispers of the sky.
I'm actually quite happy with this one. It's not that much time. Not that much. But yeah, whatever. So look into arrangement. So it's quite simple here, but and the vocals is in the front, you know. And then you usually start to introduce sounds from the drop, like in order to for them to like connect for each other. And the riff is like repetitive. It repeats every time and like with a slight like difference. Bit of modulation. See here? The mess. That's an overall delay. You can see it here. Well, it's easy because the bass of that riff is like quite simple, and those are like quick decisions. Yeah, they kind of stuck with time. I could just resample that, but I like love it to like live in the like live mode long time. What the fuck am I saying? I'm actually really proud of this one. There's a lot of times I tried to create like this like camo and crooked riff, but have no success. And now I just don't even thought of it, and it just created. It's sick. And you see what I meant, like stereo and mono stuff. There's initial like kick, and that goes like down, like pew, and it's in mono. And then the white sound, this sound appear only after that hit, like pew, and it like appears. And that sound like modulates because there's like cool modulation stuff happening. It's only one note. If I turn off all the stuff in here, we just isn't it simple? I mean, alright, it's one note, one like oscillator, or yeah, it's one oscillator. It's not that much happening. No effects. Here, it's like nothing. Here's modulation. A macro on L4 bass, which gives like that sound, like more like laser. It's like fast. so it just automates this curve. Yeah, I mean, it's easier like to start with like easy, like simple sounds, and then like create arrangement, try and like different, like tiny, makes tiny differences with a simple sound, and you just make some variations from that different sound or simple sound to make it sound like interesting, you know. So your arrangement like it's like going somewhere, or it repeats like itself, and then it like in the end of the bar it also gets some like variation or like a little difference or like whatever. So it's all the instruments of how to say, you could endlessly like add things, but it's like more craftful or whatever the word would be. It's like you can remove things and make sound like more powerful, and it's not it's not too obvious, you know, but it works the best. I mean, I could like do that like to here, and I don't have that pause, you know. But the groove, I don't know why, but it just work better with this pause, you know. It's like the bass, actually the bass guitar is like more, it's not about the harmony, of movement of harmony, it's about more like groove. So what works with the drummer? It's like a sub bass with the drums, if it's ADM music, or it's the bassist and the drummer. And then like the bass is like he plays like a note, and then he like stops a string, and it creates something, even though you might think of it like he like removes something, he makes like silence. This is the thing to like think about, you know. And I actually it was I don't know why it was very hard for me to make to feel those moments and like use those pauses and stuff effectively. At first you drop a sausage, like a lot of loops, they're like overlapping each other, and you just get that mud whatever you get, and you hear something that works in there, and it goes like, wow, that's all right. And then you start to clean sound, and you remove those whatever work for you, and you just don't know why it worked in the first place. And if you start with simple sounds, then you create that, you know, like you create like a bass riff, and then you split like in some layers as here, because yeah, so I start split this sound into into three. This is sub without the overtones. This is also the same sound, but it doesn't like cuts here, it like high passes here, and here is like the actual sound is like wave folding, like distorting more, this off, and then when you got like those overtones from a low end, you cut the low end, and you got also you got overtones, and the low end doesn't conflict with each other. Here, and then the top layer I even like automate that stuff, you know, so it just like makes a difference. If you play a real instrument, you create those like tiny movements naturally. You just like bend stuff, you know, like whatever. You feel the music when you play an instrument. Here I don't play instrument. I don't play like those sounds. So I could like think of another way of getting those sounds like to alive, to make them more like a live sound. So they like moving, like they're doing something. That's quite like tiny bits of something happening, but it's happening, and it's like the listener doesn't listens the same stuff every time. It's just variations happening. Here as I modulate the drive and the symmetry and see what's happening. If I would like use like more complex stuff on the input of that modulation, I just get a lot of like shitty sounds. I mean, it's not that shitty, but you get the point. And the thing, the most like cool thing about this track, that my experience, like this time they worked like nice, because I started to work on this tune like having in mind one like trick or like a technique, sound design technique. Is when you like do something like bass, an 808 like, or stub bass. Let me like return this. Yeah, and it like tweaks the other sounds. So first I created like a sausage with vocal with a reverb. So I put tons of reverb on the vocal, get this sound, and then I took like tiny bit here, the tail, like made a sausage. It's like a texture of that vocal. There's like an ambience of that. I mean, that thing is like living inside those like ambiences, kinda. And then I tweak. I made it. I made the bass to trigger that sound, or like this sound actually. And here you see. So that bass like is coming in. It's like the same sidechain technique, but vice versa. I mean, it's unchain, side chaining, like not a duck, but like the other thing, the opposite thing, you know. Sorry for my bad English. So if I turn off those stuff, and it's turning off at some point, but I mean, that's like extreme reverb happening, And why it's two of them, like it's the same stuff, but here I get it like an octave down, so it's the same frequencies but shifted right, like 2 times. So it's that trick. So I could just manipulate this sound, and I don't have like to like go there and like fix the automation, and then I like change my mind, and at this point like just close the project and like, fuck it. Don't know to do it like right now, and I never finished those like projects. And here you get like some experience. So I mean some experiments. So every hit I make, this is gonna be the trigger for this layer. And if I turn off those, like this, it's just a sausage. A sausage of reverb. So it's like a lot of tiny differences in there, but they are all made like from the same sound, and they sound like cohesive and like together, you know, solid. Sounds solid. And those chords are basically the like typical or whatever, like common progression, like trailer progression. If you like know tracks of Hans Zimmer or like M84 or whatever trailer is, they might be that progression. And it's simple, it's one note, one tone, half step down, and then another half step down, and then back half step up. So it's one note down, another one note, like a whole step of in a scale. And it's harmonizing, it's just getting up an octave, and then there's like that note in between. It's like the fifth step every time. And the top, the highest note, are usually the melody. So it could be like off those notes a bit. So yeah, I hope that, you know, that makes sense, I guess. Let me know if it makes no sense, so I stop like blah blah blah, you know. So the problem. I can see shit in there. Oh, I forgot about that. Damn. Yo, thanks for the feedback, because I just hitting sometimes alone and have no idea what the fuck am I doing, like who might like need it, like except me, like feeling lonely here, tweaking those compressors. You know, the less fun part of musical like stuff is like finishing music. It's hardest one, and man, just try to finish as much as music as you like can. That like I repeat that moment that you get the most possible outcome, like experience. Yeah, because I know I just have like tons of information like inside my head, and when I like tells that like how things works and that way, this way, I just kind of fresh it up a bit, like from my like dusty corners of like somewhere there. I just use those knowledge, and it's makes the sound, the music like better, because if we're talking about like in my early stages of like producing such music, this technical stuff is like getting like usually made me like frustrated. I sitting to make like music, and I tweak a kick drum for like 3 hours, and in the end of the day I got no music, no demo, not even like good kick drum, because there are no like context. You just tweak those drum alone. And I was shocked when I found out that whatever you just like put like a random kick drum in the full arrangement, and it like straight away starts to like work. It's like you hear the like punch in the low end, and that's it. You don't need like more, or maybe like a tiny like the high end cutting through the mix if there is like a lot of like high end information in the context. And even if there is these short sounds in the high range, they usually like heard well when they're playing at the same time with the top high frequency sounds that are not short, they are like long. So you get like that like difference, tiny difference. It might be the same frequency range, but if some sounds are like this, short sound, oh, not that bad. Even this sound. You can like hear it, and it doesn't like fighting for the space, because one is short, one is long. It's so easy that at first you just don't like don't get your attention to like things like that. You just trying to make two full range, cool, wide sounds to make like to work together, and you don't think of like if something is like big and wide and huge and loud, there's gonna be something like next to it, like very like tiny, little, like short, narrow, etc., to make those sound like big, So it's more about like a contrast between the sounds, because you don't know how that sound, like how big it is, when you don't hear like less like tinier sounds in the mix next to it, because it could be as loud as it could be, and that the listener just turn down the volume, and what he will hear, what he should hear, is the main elements. Actually, there's a trick also in the production where you can just turn the volume as much like low as possibly you could, like to tell to hear the main elements of the track, like a kick drum and snare and vocals or lead synth. So you could like turn the volume down It's down. Is like you could barely hear the signal. Something like that, I guess. So I can hear like laser kick, snare, because it's more like clap, and come on, where's the vocals? Oh. Well, whatever, you should hear the lead sound. If if at that particular moment the lead sound is not the lead, even not the lead, you know, it's bass and it's modulation. The vocal in that part is kinda like background stuff. Here is its front page. Oh. I don't even hear the harmony well at that point. And that's the answer why it has so many modulations, because this is what's happening. I could like resample it, but I want it as long to be like live as possible. So it's just what I did here is like I took that sound and I just like throw it like away, but I can't actually throw away a sound that is not physical, you know. So I could use like those physics parameters, you know, when you like something is like it's far away and it's more narrow, it's have like more high frequency stuff, lower frequency stuff, like less like this range. So I just throw the bass. Just cutting stuff. So I emulated, you know, kinda the physics of something like thrown away, far away, and then it comes like back at you and like hits hard. So that's the principle here. It's like stereo. And this. What else we got? It's only one macro. So yeah, I have no idea what to do with this track right now. What else could I show you, guys? Oh, that's funny stuff. Yeah. The contrast. You know, in order to have something loud, you gotta have something quiet. How they say like, no lights without shadow, boom, and then it goes like those trailers. Everything that has a beginning has its end, etc. It's like the basics, so to speak. Another hardware project. Hey, you guys, let me know where you're from. I can't figure out what time zone I'm in. Like I'm streaming into the night, and suddenly there's like viewers, and I just like, what's going on? It's a day where we live in, because At my place, it's a deep night. I wonder. Nothing will save my CPU. Except like a more powerful CPU. Oh, maybe I should get like Ryzen instead. I never tried one. It's always Intel, and that Intel in particular, like, it's not that like fast. It's quite old. It was like an old track of mine, and I just reworked it. It's just like I made this like a year ago, and then it started to sound totally different. What's happening? I'd love to know how to like finish this one. Oh, sorry. That's a totally different approach of synthesizing things, because I don't even synthesize that sound. It's like a short MIDI, a short audio clip that loops. And how I'm like came with this sound. So I did this. I just pitched it up, and it like it became like shorter because of like loops. And I thought like, all right, this sounds fresh to me. That stuff. So this is also kind of creative, but I can't control it like well, you know, in that way. And it's like loads my computer like a lot, because all of this, each like tiny audio file is like a bigger file, you know, inside. So just this tiny bit, and inside every this like tiny clip there's like whole track. So my CPU be like, what the fuck are you doing? And I was like, I have no idea, just let me cook. So yeah, I think that's it for right now, for today. Oh, there's a lot of people watching right now, so I don't know why. Just big up. Oh no, they're all like, they're living in a permanent like a demo like mode, and that's that's sometimes that's the point, because when you like finish a track, you just took away those like a possibility of the track to sound like great, like sound like the best, because you have to make it sound like whatever someone could sound to, you know, could listen to. Like it's gotta be cohesive, like whole track, like it has like, it's gotta be like with the intro, with a drop, or whatever this is, like the main elements, the main like sections of music, because that after a drop it like maybe some section like with a beat, but not as like powerful as a drop to make like this contrast. But it's the same idea, and or a same riff, or a same harmony, or melody, or whatever. It just like echoes like around the drop. If the most wide stereo parts are here, the drop is like kind of narrow but loud, and it's like it has like wide elements, but they're like tiny bits. They're like fills of the intro, of the big stereo intro, wide. And then it's like narrow and powerful and dry and loud, with a sub, with a kick, with a whatever. And then you just like remove something. And it's also a nice trick in arrangement, like you just let the listener like listen to a riff like alone, like solo, and then you just remove like a beat for a second, and the sound like appear. And it works like with the brain, like remembers that sound if it like listens to solo sound, maybe like in feel or somewhere else. And then when you like when it listens to the whole track, it kind of hears like more like better. You just this is like, you know, that's stuff technical also. I mean, there's every technique has its like purpose, not the purpose. I mean, how to say? You know, you could like have in mind something, some idea of a technique or like arrangement trick, and create your arrangement and pick the sounds considering like this type of like trick, whatever the trick it is. It could be like the one that I showed in the previous track, like a bass like step and something that it triggers. Because if I made that like sound like long sausage, like sustained bass, it wouldn't work as a trigger for another like layers. So I have to like pick up the step or 808 or whatever short sound in order for it to trigger like other layers. So sometimes you just it's the music is all about the contrast and not the contrast. I mean, it's about the differences, and it's like it could be like one tiny difference and then there's more, and then it could be like the whole cycle, because in the end of that like cycle you just came back to the original sound. No, I just hope it makes sense, because I would like if I were you, I like I would learn like quite a bit from what I'm talking about. So no, just throw away those like ideas. Just make music, a whole song. If you don't know how to make some sounds, you just like could record a microphone like wop 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 wop, whatever, and use it. All right, let's listen to it, and I go like chill. So thank you for the like for the company. It's so great. So, what you got? Show us what you got. At some point I started to like make songs in an hour, so that was like against the clock stuff. Yeah, I hear like my ears like left the chat like a long time ago, I think, and my brain also, so I just oh. There's actually the cool channel on YouTube from a guy which do like tutorials on sounds sound how is that? Alright, let's listen. Or even let's look into it, because the visual representation of sound is as much as important, I think, at the early stages. I can't mix without a visual like representation, because you don't know what's happening in the low end anyway. It's just the room modes are like always makes the sound like resonates at this point, like cuts at this point. Let's like the BPM to see what's going on. The BPM is what? One 120. 180 for 180. 188? Oh, 28. And yeah, kinda there. Yeah. What happened? Maybe it's something. Oh, I get. Sorry. Well, you just you cut the kick drum like too short, maybe, or like. But anyway, it like works as a kick. It's kind of high in the frequency range, or low. I don't know why. Yeah, you gotta like kind of low, too low. Now that's the contrast, right? No, so that's the whole new idea here. It doesn't drop, but whatever. But that's already sounds better than me when I started, because I make like a lot of like strange stuff that doesn't even work. So you know, the sub bass, if we're talking about the club music, the sub bass is kinda feel itself like nicely in that region. Like 30, 40, it's already like too low for sub bass. It could be like there for a moment, but if the whole like key or the whole scale like makes a sub bass go like that low, like all the time, then it might sound like bad, you know. And it might also sound bad if it's get like too like higher, you know. Oh yeah, I just also get too technical into like in explaining simple stuff. I'm just trying my best to not get that technical, you know, but I can help it. That's all right. That's you already got something that you will listen like tomorrow and like be like, all right, now I could like do better music than that. And it's easier than to do like better than yourself than it's better than someone else, you know, because you don't know what their like experience is. Maybe it's like it's the same meal like who's trying like a couple years to like mix in a kick drum without even having a mix right, you know, and then you just whatever makes like it takes a random kick drum and it's work straight away. So here you should like maybe take a different kick drum. It could be like be the length of the one of this, and then your bass could be like, you know, your kick, your bass. I kind of simplify things, but I think you like get it. And also, why that? You know, you see those kicks are like the different level. They're like each kick like different in volume, and that's also the issue. And it's also like you see that you don't hear that track, and you already could tell like that there is a problem like in this place. That's sort of stuff. You like learned the harmony stuff like on your own, right? Because I don't have like musical education either. When I like back in school, I always looked on those like keyboard, the piano, and wanted like to push those, and I have like my ass beaten because why you push those buttons without the permission, or you sound like too loud. The school format not usually like the best for like artistic stuff, or like you know, not that inspiring to like start to learn how to play a piano. I actually have no idea how to play piano or any instrument, but with experience you kinda become more and more experienced, more like cool ideas appears. Oh, first song. Let's go. It's this? Or oh, you know, that's not a, that's the, if the whatever music it is, the sounds or like, you know, audio stuff, if it evokes like emotion, at least like, or with at least like one people, it works, you know. It's like it could exist, but like, you know, there's like a lot of genres, and some genres for my ears like sounds like trash, sorry, but someone listens to those genres, and you kind of gotta respect for that, like taste and like whatever that music is. It could like sound like noise, but for them, they feel like okay with it, you know. And or like take that bass boosted stuff, you know, you just like you go in the studio that like cost like thousands of millions of dollars that with this like equipment, and then someone just listens to that track on a like on a phone with a mono like the speaker, or like makes bass boosted like version, like completely destroying all the dynamics or all the high end stuff, you know. So it's hard to say. It's like don't. It's not the question. Like could be listened anything. So I just kind of lost. Let me. I came on channel. That's the song you're talking about. That's like on the main page, right? Or ears is not a problem, you know. It's more about the taste. It's more about the taste. My ears are kind of doesn't work, you know. I mean, I couldn't tell the difference between a chord, a piano chord, and the one note piano. I couldn't tell the difference back in the days, sort of. So you would know how my ears are not that professional sound or a professional hearing. Lost in Loops Volume 2, right? Wow, you got the whole clip? It's like a video. There's a guy called Minozo on YouTube. You should like check him out. That's the first song. Not bad for the first song, actually. That's the right one, right? Now whatever, you got like a video representation of whatever. I could feel already the vibe, you know. So the music, the arrangement could like work well or not that well, but the vibe is there, I can tell. You know, actually I sometimes think of rules like of just like of some like stuff that I should know to break those rules like properly, you know, if that makes sense. Because you see, at first you don't know stuff, you just learning, then you just like get yourself into like a frame of those like rules, you know, and then you starts to break that, to break those rules, or like to like to came up with something that works, and also interesting, because you're like breaking those rules, like making something like interesting. It could be like interesting arrangement or harmony or like tiny stuff. So it's, you know, the music's it's too abstract to like 100% like rules. Back in the days when you get like a tritone, like a three half tones, so they sound like kind of devilish, you know. Back in the days you would be like you know, get yourself on a how it's called, виселица. Короче, тебе кирдык for those intervals in music back in the days, like in medieval like centuries. And right now you see that engine the between like with the microtone stuff is literally like blowing our minds right now, and everyone's I guess. So you never knew what to like be like trending to tomorrow or in a year or so. You're actually creating your own rules when the more you create. You kinda pick up those that works for you, and you might come up with your own like rules and like your own like pick choices when you like pick timbres or instruments for an arrangement. Because I mean, alright, the sub bass is usually in mono. That's the rule. That's the only rule I could like think of, like, which is like 100% like rule, because like it's when you're talking about the sign that goes like that low and it have like no overtones. If that sign would be like different in like left and right channel, the sound like should be like just low in volume. It doesn't like make something like nice, or it might sound as like a release bass, because it's also the difference between one and two, the left and right channel, but they are like cut in mono in the end. And there's this different appears, and it's controlled. That's not actually that's not that stereo, you know. It could be like it could like be pulsating like a bit, like binaural, like that stuff. But straight away it limits your like high volume stuff. You can't go that loud with the sub bass in stereo, because you're gonna need that like headroom for those differences, tiny differences. And when we're talking about the sub bass, its amplitude, like it's usually like the loudest, the loudest part of a track, and it's the sub with the kick, and the low end like makes that like fundament, or how to say, this concrete like basement of whatever you're like building, you know. It's the sub bass. It's the only like the lowest harmonic, and it's only one. You could do like sub bass if it's got like more harmonics, because the lowest harmonic still will be in mono, But the upper harmonics, they like have more space and they could like be like more stereo. But the low range stereo sounds, they actually like sound too muddy sometimes. They're like weird sound, like binaural like stuff, like too close to you, you know, in that range, like 100, like 200 hertz. Let's do a little bit of mastering. Let's find out how loud we can get it, and if we get higher, see, the higher it gets, the more like space it have. This is the harmonic I am talking about, like it's sub. It's always a one sine wave. I mean, every harmonic is a sine wave. You know, if we're talking about harmonics, each harmonic is a sine wave because it's the simplest like tone. It's the clear tone. So the sine wave, like it only represents like your speaker to it differs like to go like plus minus 0 on the center, like silence, kinda. But again, I get kind of technical. Oh, right, guys. So thank you all for joining me today or tonight. So I think that's it for now. So see ya. And we go Dota, right? So have a good day.